Greetings, friends and fellow orcs. Iagra, the Orcish Fiddler here. Tuesday once again. Boy, today sure was a day. Val, welcome in. Glad things are going alright. Repin, welcome in. Sorry that you haven't been around much infinitely further in the game than you are. I've been avoiding spoilers. No, I totally understand that. Based on the title, it would seem I'm near completion, so mainly to say hello and good luck. Well, thank you for the good luck, Repin, and I hope you enjoy the lurk. I appreciate the support either way. I definitely understand the need to kind of duck out and avoid spoilers, and this is definitely spoiler territory. But once I have finished this, I'm looking forward to you completing your playthrough. So when are you going to stream that? Although, if you do Tuesdays, I'll have to check out the VOD instead, since I know you were doing Tactics Tuesdays for a while. But then I know that that's also on hold, so maybe I will see to it someday. Maybe you'll get a chance to complete that. Kepasagi, welcome in. How you doing tonight? It's weird right now. No worries. I understand. I will say that it has been quite the adventure. So, Rebin, definitely make some time at some points. Even if you decide, like, not to stream it. Definitely take some time and enjoy this game, because it is classic. Have a good rest of the night and good luck. Enjoy the tacticaling. You want to? Yes, you shall. I know you can do it. But thank you for the good luck. I will do my best. We have leveled up a little bit last stream. Last stream was kind of a long affair. It was something like 7 hours. And I discovered something last stream. Oh, wait, Repin, before you go. If you're still here, I've got to introduce you to all my dragon friends. Look how many dragon friends we have. We've got so many friendly, happy dirge. Look. Oops, I'm hitting too many buttons. Look how happy he is. That was wild to see in the VODs. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with the dragons. Also, I had a little bit of fun with the leveling up. So we can see we got everybody to around the level 56 to level 57. Repin is definitely a key player, but everybody has a part to play. I wish that I could, like, give the dragons some sort of ability. Because it's like, I want to bring them with me. But unfortunately, all they get is charge and fire breath, and it's kind of hard to, like, grind level ups quickly with that. Because it would amount to, they would have to attack a party member. The party member would have to survive. Korge, Keppa, and Argot keeping the dragons company. Yes. We will... That is one of the unfortunate things about this game, is like, once you kind of got settled into your A team, the backup team doesn't really get a whole lot of use. In fact, we've got the C team back here, the backbench, and they are all, unfortunately, their seats are very, very cozy and warm because they've been here basically the whole time. And I guess they're allowed to visit the dragons if they promise to be nice. But I think the dragons like you guys best. Because I think everybody on this team knows how to appreciate a dragon. Give them lots of pets. Give them lots of hugs. And And they jump for joy whenever they see you. But yeah, I was... I really wanted to see, like... I basically was like, you know what? We've got so many chocobos, and... Why? I don't need a bunch of ostrich turkeys flying around when I can have dragons. So yeah, we have dragons now, and they actually are pretty powerful. I had them do one fight. I don't know how well they would survive, like in a combat encounter for like what we're about to do tonight. And I don't want to risk them coming to harm, so you know they're gonna kind of stay at home. They certainly do have plenty of hit points. Let me see something here. What is your defense? 0? Just oh wait, that's right. There is no defense in this game. It's just hit points. Sorry, I don't. There's evasion. Of which they have 0. So, yeah, they just tank everything. But that's the problem is, you know, they got a lot of hit points, sure, but a little concerning about the lack of evasion. And you can't equip them. Non-human units cannot change equipment or abilities, and that makes me sad. You know what I would love to see? I would play through this game again if there was a mod for this. Only dragons. Like, Ramza is a dragon. He'll start out as a green one, and then whenever he advances to the next part, he'll turn into a blue one, and then later he turns into a red one. And they have the ability to use classes. Imagine it, dragons with classes. Classy dragons, one might say. So, that would be fun. Just a bunch of dragons just tromping through the countryside. I don't know how well that would work. I don't know if the mod would just, like, completely break things. It would have to be, like, a modification to the Squire class, I think. Dragons with classes and glasses. Yeah, well, I mean, if they need it, if they're a little hard of vision. Have a little trouble seeing. That's fine. But that would be so much fun. I mean, it would probably be the easiest way to do it would be like a graphics switch. I don't know how weapon swings would work. Yeah, there's probably some logistical problems to deal with a mod like that, provided that this game could even be modded. But gosh, that sounds like it would be fun. Oh well. You remember Tactics Ogre needing more characters in the main team. That is a game that has been recommended to me, so I have it on my list as a potential long-term thing. So the Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre are both on here. I don't know which I would start with. Dragons with classes, yeah, I already read that. I'm okay. But yeah. And that's something I should probably present to chat as well. Games that you think I would have some fun playing, or that you just want me to play. Either short games for, like, interim stuff, or, like, a long-term thing. So far, I have Phantasy Star as the series in general, starting with 1, working my way up to 4. Final Fantasy VI, I have the original 1.0 US cartridge, but I would probably look into maybe some kind of a ROM hack or the Pixel Remaster. I'm not entirely sure which direction I would take. Arcade games using MAME. If we finish early tonight, I might switch over to that. Fire Emblem game. That's another game that I found tools to mod it, and I would be like, gosh, what if Fire Emblem, but orcs? But I don't have the skills to do that, so eh. Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre. You didn't say Tactics Ogre specifically because you're not sure. I wonder another Tactics games right away. Well, it may not necessarily be the next game that I play, but it's like on the table for me to kind of pick through. Ocarina of Time via the Ship of Harkinian. I need to get a Nintendo 64 controller before I do that, though. And then Breath of Fire, that series, the first 4 games in particular, I want to go through as well. Ogre Battle franchise covers it anyway, yeah. And I know, I want to say that there's going to be at least 3 games. I don't know if there was anything after Ogre Battle 64. There probably was, and I'm just not aware of it. But Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre for the Super Nintendo. And I know that they've got, like, modern re-releases so that Tactics Ogre is a little bit more accessible. It's also got a fan translation somewhere, I think. And then there's the Nintendo 64 game, which, again, I need to get a Nintendo 64 controller before I try that. Night of Lotus for GBA. Okay, I should note that then. I did not know there was a GBA game. So I'll put /GBA. And I'll put N64 too. So, alright. So there's more to that series than I thought there was. So, I might have to research and see what else there is. So yeah, we're looking at quite a number of longer games. So I'm interested in shorter games too, though, if you guys have any suggestions. Belgian Raffles, welcome in. How you doing tonight? I hope that you're doing well. It's just the 4? Okay. Right now, we are admiring our army of dragons. They're very happy. And we're getting ready for the final battle. I think it's the final battle, or the final scenario, so final series of battles. So just a heads up, if you have not seen the end of Final Fantasy Tactics, probably major spoilers ahead. So if you need to duck out, if you need to lurk, I definitely understand. Tactics Ogre had 10v10 for most fights. That's a lot. I mean, to be fair, I have kind of been bemoaning the fact that I only get 5 characters in Final Fantasy Tactics, so maybe I'd be happy with that. I don't know. And I know Ogre Battle was a little bit of a different tactical game. Like, they kind of... a lot like there was more auto battles to it. It wasn't so much a defeat as a route sometimes. It's been a while since I played it, and I didn't really get too far. You remember that 12 was the sweet spot, as fits the situation. 12 friends. That's a good party size. Not for D&D. I want to say that, like, the maximum party size for D&D is probably 6. 12 is probably a little much. Excuse me. Do we have everybody equipped? I want to say we are. Immune to stop. Okay. I think I mostly got this for the hit points, though. Oh. It's actually not a whole lot less hit points than the 1. I do wonder if I shouldn't maybe give Wolf a chameleon robe. Let's see, it's 40, 28, 75, 50. I don't know. The other thing I'm considering doing with Wolf is instead of having him be a white mage, have him be a chemist, so he can wield guns and use items, and then give him the arts of war. because he has all the rend options, and with a gun he could do rend speed from a distance, and potentially rend other things as needed. So that is something I will consider. For right now, I'll leave him as he is, but I think I will consider that. It is an option. We'll see how things go with everybody out there as they've been.
Yes?
Do we have anything for you to throw if it's needed? Yeah, we've got a few things. We've got some Yagyu Darkwood. 21 is hopefully sufficient. We've got some shurikens, some other random things. She can throw weapons if needed, which we got rid of all of our crappy weapons, so whoops. Maybe I should have kept them, but I mean, I wanted to make sure we had money in case I needed to buy more things. Oh, and in terms of items, we got rid of all of our low-level potions. We've got 90x potions, so that might be really good, again, for if we're just doing healing. Like, that might be pretty good. We do have Phoenix Downs as well. Oops. So, it's... Wolf could be White Mage, or he could be...
My lord?
Chemist. If we go Chemist, though, we will lose things like Protect, Shell, but then Reppin has the ability to cast those. It's just that it'll be a little bit more subject to random maths. He does have Remedy items, so he can use the equivalent of Asuna. He wouldn't be able to use Holy, though. But then again, Reppin is the one usually doing that. So, considerations. If we struggle and we find that we might need somebody with a gun who can, like, do disabling attacks, we might switch them around. Final Fantasy Tactics is much more about customizing the characters and growth into the roles. Oh, in Tactics Ogre, the roles are very locked into the specific classes that do them, so you need more units to expand your situational options. There are no Swiss Army knives. Okay, that's understandable. So, that was, Bastard Bonds was a little bit like you could customize your characters to turn them into what you wanted, and that kind of locked you in whatever direction you were going in, but you could choose the direction. I guess in Tactics Ogre, it's more of a thing, it's like, pick the pieces of the knives you want in your Swiss Army? Whoop, what did I hit? Oh, change combat set. Yeah, which I don't bother with. Okay.
What is it?
So at the very least, Ramza can absorb Holy, and so can Reppin. I have to remember that because there were times where I probably could have gotten away with Reppin doing math arithmetics on himself and or Ramza, and it would have healed him instead of harming him. So I just got to remember that when we go into this battle. But let us see how we do, shall we? Wait, we got to do one more thing. We got to get some. We got to talk to our dragon. It hungers for battle. Okay, so it's very excited about us fighting. He's very excited. So, he was wishing us luck. We had to get some luck from our dragon. Okay. Alright, let's see how we do. Hopefully, not as messy as when we were in here before. I believe we are split. No, we are not split. Okay.
I can't wait.
Ready.
Leave it to me. To battle.
Nope.
I am yours to command. No turning back.
I mean, we can turn back. I could biff it and...
Keep watch here. I will press on with Lord Fulmarv.
As you command.
They have slain all the guards. What secrets lie among these tomes that demand such carnage? But the speculation must keep. First, we deal with the enemy. I must concentrate.
Alright, he has haste with that sword.
Trust in yourself.
Tactics Ogre also doesn't have classes that build on each other. Even the starter class has endgame utility. Oh, nice. You move people into different classes for role filling, not for power. Okay. Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be like a completely different monster to wrestle, as it were, in order to learn all of its nuances. Hello there. Oh, right, we got archers. Yeah. Very different experience for sure. You were quite surprised. Okay, well, that's something that I may have to look forward to then. Do not want to harm our dancer. He can absorb it. He cannot. Neither can he. Dang it! Alright. We're just gonna have to go after other people instead. No, not you.
How could this be?
It cannot be.
Okay, throwstone is not a big deal.
How to proceed?
I don't know that Moose can take this guy out. 216. Yeah. He's got a lot of hit points. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to interrupt that. Counter tackles. Actually, can you move? You cannot. Okay. I don't think he would land in time. $75%, 100%. Wait a minute. 75%, but it does more damage? That's confusing. Well, fine. Because you're not moving after you do this.
My fortunes fade. I must push myself.
Yeah, there's a lot of difficulty that we're going to have to try to
I may not survive this.
get around. Those guys are just going to flee.
If I die, so be it.
Oh, okay, you're not fleeing.
My turn.
I don't think you can reach him here, can you? Nope. I kind of figured. That's fine. Let's see. Who all do we got? He'll get a turn, but I need to try and preserve him, maybe? The only problem is with Chakra, yeah, only 80 recovery. Wolf is going to have to survive on his own, which he'll be able to do. So, what do we want you to do? How about you come over here, and we'll just attack you. I know we're going to get countered. 60%. Hold on. Let's rethink this. Wait. No, you're down 2 levels. Or you're down... Yeah. You're down a full height. We can't do anything. Okay. Well, we'll take the 60%, I guess. Yeah.
No, you don't.
Not bad. More than 50% considering it has a flat 50% chance.
Give up.
I'm not long for this earth.
$150 immediately. Yeah, and somebody's about to get their turn. He might end up going down regardless. Well, we'll see what happens. I might have to give him auto potion if, instead of Dragonheart, if things end up getting bad. Aura Blast. I gotta mark that I already took that. Who else is hit by this? No, can't have that. That'll hit him, though. That would be good otherwise. I have to go this route. Yeah, this will work.
Come on.
Okay. Well, that prevented the archer from getting a turn, at least. What if... Okay, you have counter tackle as well. Oh, you... Okay, one has counter, the other has counter tackle. Okay, equivalent to rush. So not as bad. Standard attack, okay. Hey, SG, welcome in. How's it going tonight? How you doing? Good to see you. We're doing all right. I showed everybody all my dragon friends that we had last stream, and now we're going to give this battle, which I think is the final battle, another try. Much better now we have Furnace. Yes. So for anybody who doesn't know, SG and HG, Hungry Guria, unfortunately, their furnace kind of went kaput, which was not fun, especially considering Canada and northern United States kind of having this great big winter polar vortex thing going on, and it's been really freaking cold everywhere. %. What if... Don't know if this will work. Still 48%. There we go, 100%. That's what we want. That's what we like to see.
You're finished!
A bitter defeat.
No turning back.
Only a 60% chance, but he can't counter.
Too quick for you?
Death or glory.
Follow my lead.
Not as good that time, but it's fine.
You can count on me.
What will you do? You're gonna go after our white mage again? Okay. Is that gonna down him?
Now then.
Okay. Well, Fortunately, Raven has Mana Shield. I forgot that I equipped her with that. Probably a good thing that I did. Maybe I should swap Dragonheart for something else. We'll have to see. I don't know. He's got so few hit points that I kind of expect things to do more than 300 damage just down him in one shot. That's... Well, Dragonheart's not going to help if that happens, so... I gotta rethink tactics. I gotta rethink how he's equipped, because this may not work. We'll have to see. You know... What if we want to do this? This hits at 7. And let's get you out of there.
We will triumph.
Okay, you're still standing up, so
I must fight on.
you're not gonna run. You guys will though, because you're too low.
I must concentrate.
Can you move? You can. Okay. Just to be on the safe side here. No. You can just stand in the way then.
Ready.
Let me see.
Does this hit? Nobody. No, let's not nuke everybody. Does that hit anybody else? Just you? Where's your turn? Your turn is not for a little while. And, Wolf is gonna take you out. So I want to... Let's see. Guess we could take you out.
My fate is sealed. A sorry end.
Maybe we'll hit you in time. We'll see. When do you land? Oh, you land on 8. Never mind. You're gonna miss.
If I die, so be it.
Come on.
Wait. 91, okay.
Allow me.
I mean, he technically doesn't need it.
I may not survive
We just
this.
need to clean up, but... I was like, I want to move here. You can't. Well, fine. I'll just stay put. I don't need to move. We move this. Yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to move it around so I didn't have to faff around with the camera so much. Let's not nuke the party. I don't think they had any levels I could tag. Not safely anyway. Nope. Okay, so I can't do level. Ooh, there we go.
No. No.
So I think the Ancient One survives by lighting things on fire, SG.
I will tend to matters here. Very good. Fal leonda Keorias de sonda. Zorda las laumos mifeolio sonda.
Gosh, it sure sounds like something really fantastic and sparkly is happening in there. I sure wish we could see it.
Alexandora, Reeve of Time, by oath unto you am I bound. Transcending eternity, cross you now the vastness of time's gulf. Throw wide her gates, that we may pass!
Is that innuendo for something?
An ancient incantation. What awaits below? Quickly, we must give chase.
Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Faygo, Jolt, Jones, Soda. Huh? I mean, I don't know what you're gonna summon with that, SG. That's what all that nonsense sounded like to you? Yeah. Okay, I'm starting to wonder if I really should switch Wolf up here. If things get really tricky, like if we flub a battle, I think we'll do that. Also, SG, here's our dragons. We have a lot of them. Zeraxis is the best. He's very happy to see us all. He jumps up and down for glee. Very joyful. Yeah, let's give him pets. He's practicing charging headlong into an imaginary foe. So what can we do with them? We can give them pets, and we can hug them, and we can squeeze them. And more hugs. I did take them hunting on one battle, and they absolutely tore the enemy apart. So technically, we could take them into battle. But I don't want my babies to get hurt. Not in these fights. They're too precious. Like, I was looking at the lower level ones, and I'm thinking to myself, well, should I, like, let these ones go and be free? You know, so that we can just have an army full of high-level ones? And I'm like, no, I can't do it. They're all too precious to me. I love them all too much. So, yeah. We're keeping our dragon friends. So we're not going to put them in danger. If anything, Zeraxis might join us if we get really desperate for tactics, but I don't think we'll need him. I think it's better if Zeraxis just sort of hangs out at home with all of his dragon friends. But yeah, we'll leave Wolf as he is for now. We'll see how it goes. This looks like it's gonna be fun. You can kind of see there's sort of like there's holes in the ground. We're gonna have to like go around here. This looks like it could be a stage for a single encounter, but maybe there's some demons flying around. They're gonna be a pain in the ass.
I shall do my best.
Leave it to me.
Come on.
I.
Yeah, this place is not doing well. No, it's a little rickety at the moment. Little
It's
rough
time.
around the edges. Well, rough around the middle. Oh, more. Okay, this is kind of battle. Hi.
We have waited for you, Ramza. How very far you've come. But no farther. The stones of the monastery make an ironic cairn for a heretic such as you. And I, Lothry Wodring, will see you dead and buried.
That seems like a really, really dangerous place for you to be standing. Like, it looks like it's being held up by... like it wants to be held up by 2 planks of wood, but really it's just being held up by your imagination? Oh, just defeat Lothry.
Lothry, was it? Are you not aware of the true nature of the man you serve?
Whatever do you mean? If you speak of our execution of the clergy at Malond, that was but a part of our grand design. After all, the salvation they offered their flock was false. They sought only to seize Ivalice for themselves by placing a puppet on the throne. We are unlike them. By the power of the Zodiac Stones, we will bring the people true salvation.
So even his most loyal are kept in the dark. You are but an unwitting servant to the Lucavi.
The demons of legend? I've not the patience for your japes, boy.
Oh boy.
Lord Folmarv is the one true savior. The second coming of Saint Ajora, who shall lead all men with boundless benevolence.
Well, this kind of person is basically going to be impossible to persuade.
A noble's whelp such as you could never understand the burdens of the common man, much less ease them.
My turn.
Let's see what we're dealing with. You do not have any of these learned. Okay. Or these? Wait, he can't do anything except swing his sword? What? Is that normal? Because he can't learn these in the middle of battle, so it's a little too late for him now. Mind, he has 815 freaking hit points. That's gonna take quite a bit to burn down. But yeah, you thought he had some attacks, but maybe you were wrong. Yeah, that's, I mean, he's got a really good attack power. He's got the sword Save the Queen, which gives Protect, which means physical attacks aren't going to do as much. He's got overall just 15% magic evade, so magic is definitely the way to go. And if he swings at somebody, it's going to hurt. He ignores elevation, but I don't think he... Like, it's not showing he doesn't have the ability to fly, so he can't traverse this. Huh. You've only got black magic. And Thundaja is your more potent one. Same here. Thundaga and Blizzaga. Oh, you've got items as well. Hang on. No revives. The summoners look like they're potentially a little bit more tricky. Just summon. Leviathan, that's fun. Gravity and... Ooh, Graviga. That could be a problem. So the Time Mages may be a problem. Huh.
I must do all I can.
Oh, you can hop. Okay.
I'm here.
Probably gonna haste himself in. Yep, that's what I figured was
Now
gonna
then.
happen there. I think Shell's gonna be needed. Don't really have a way to hit anybody else. Hang on. Well, okay. Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
Leave it to me.
You had those were gray.
Ready and able.
I call BS. Also, he's not getting hasted now. Yeah. Ooey. Alright, how about elevation? Is 5 a multiple of 0? No. Okay, so them sitting at 0 makes them immune to this, I think. I don't want to disable the dancer. Let me think. I'd like to try to prevent Wolf from becoming confused. Not sure if I have a way to do that. What do we got? I don't know that shell wards against that. I might just have to hope that he doesn't get too badly confused and then have somebody throw a rock, perhaps? We'll have to see. Yeah, let's not nuke everybody. That would be bad. Well, what is this? CT4. Level 5. This hits a few more. Alright, this should be okay.
I was unlucky. Not good at all. Sorry, and...
Where to, then?
Well, I might as well whittle you down a little bit.
I must concentrate.
Okay, single tile. Oh, he could have cast... I could have cast Reflected to counter that, but then that would have been a problem for other things. Yeah, defense boost... Meh. Okay, I need to have Rams at the ready. So you're just gonna wait to get your turn back faster. You're gonna have to cure him. Good. Excellent. Hit everybody. Actually, reset move. I don't want him standing right next to them.
I ain't done yet.
2 hit points. Holy crap. He really clutched that. Actually, CT5... Okay, yeah, that is nuking practically everyone. Wait. Hello, wall. Where are you? There you are. 80% chance, which kind of sucks, but... It gets the whole party.
We're stronger together. I shall give my all. Here we go.
Yay, it hit everybody. I was worried it would fail on somebody.
Prepare yourself.
Induration. Oh, 33% stone. That ain't good. Oh, and you're just gonna go over there. Okay. Well,
I'm ready.
Cast your little spells then. Fine.
Still going.
Can you reach? Not quite. He goes at 9. And we'll see if you land. We'll see.
Follow my lead.
You tried. He lands at 6. Good. Come up here. Serve as a little bit of a distraction for them, shall we? No. Can't throw it from here. Okay. What about... Okay, why not? Probably won't hit. Why not?
Now!
Okay. I thought it would do that because of the question marks, but it's like, well, you can try it if you want.
I'll not fall so easily. This'll hurt.
That's on tile.
Ready and able.
I'll handle this.
Stronger than I thought.
I've so much left to give. Never saw this coming. I am blessed.
Well, considering how much you've been casting Holy, I would think so. Yay, it missed.
My turn.
Okay, so you just need to move. That's all you gotta do. should we have you move down here? Let's try this. Oh, wow. That'll actually down him.
The Earth's wrath flows through my fist. Unstoppable and swift. Shockwave! It's over!
Ah!
You sure know how to anime it up, dude.
So it ends here. But I am not finished yet. For you, Ramza, I shall cast open the very gates of hell.
We're gonna have a big fight, aren't we?
Fal Leonda, Keorias de Sonda, Zorda, Las Laumos, Nefeolio Sonda,
I've never heard of any of these sodas. It's Doom time? Oh,
Alexandora, Reeve of Time. By oath unto you am I bound, transcending eternity. Cross you now the vastness of time's gulf. Throw wide her gates, that we may pass.
Is that bad? That seems like it might be bad. It's probably bad. Oh, our wall spell is going to expire now.
What is this place?
The Necrohall of Malond. Never again will you see the skies of Ivalice. Without the glyph, the gate, there can be no return.
No, I'll never see my happy Durgs.
I have fulfilled my duty. And yet, Folmov, my lord, are you still the man I pledged to follow? To harbor such doubts at the last. How pathetic. Hurry on, Ramza. How it ends depends on you.
So this is the Necrohall. Half of Malon supposedly sank into the sea when a great catastrophe struck in ages past. But now is not the time to ponder such. I must find Folmarv.
I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to bump that. I muted myself to cough and then wasn't paying attention.
Alma, please be safe.
Right, that's the whole reason we're here. So if we can't get out, she can't get out. That seems like a problem. Do we have the rest of our party? Oh boy. Okay, good. We have everybody. Wish us luck, Zeraxis. 3 more battles, okay. Very pretty. It's very pretty looking Doom. Oh, yay, another split up situation. Cool.
You can rely on me.
To battle. Understood. Ready and able.
Forward!
You! But how? You must have forced Sir Lothry to bring you here. Very well then. Here is where I shall make my stand. Even should it cost me my life, I will stop you. I will have vengeance.
He doesn't sound very confident. That or the voice actor isn't nailing it. I don't know. I get the impression of somebody who is like maybe kind of new to things and maybe kind of doesn't know what's going on. Also, who are you?
Why are you come here? What salvation could you possibly offer the people that might be had in these forsaken ruins?
Yeah, it's not Delita. So it's like dollar store Delita, I guess.
A spoiled lordling could ill understand what we seek to do. Or do you claim to have learned something of suffering?
I mean, do you want to sit down and let me talk? I've got so much to tell you, dude.
If so, you might see the world for the cruel place it is. Though the Church preaches equality, it cannot and will not effect change. The highborn few hoard wealth and power, passing it on to their offspring as it was passed on to them.
Your brothers are so dead?
This leaves the lowborn masses with no means to lift themselves up. We would shatter the chain of inequality and create a world where all men have their fair share.
That would be great, but humans are humans.
But for that, we require power. Power beyond compare.
Are you gonna dole this power out equally amongst everybody in the entire world then?
The Auracite. You would bestow them upon those who seek power. Yet what can you hope to achieve when most of the stones are in my possession?
You truly know nothing. Allow me to enlighten you. Once we have resurrected Saint Ajora, we shall have limitless stones at our disposal. By the grace of the High Seraph, the Savior was made able to create Auracite. And at long last, he shall be reborn to walk among us, the child of God from the heavens returned.
Capital H he, capital C child. When you get into that level of zeal, I guess, and then there's yeah, not much we can do to turn you around from that, probably.
Ready and able.
Oh, you get initiative? Okay. What you gonna do? Oh, throw poles. Okay, well. Ow. And there's another ninja. No, don't go that way.
I must concentrate.
So you can throw all the things, but we have no idea what you're actually equipped with. Aim +3, Gill Snapper. All the gold is going to do you so much good. Be careful with these guys. Tangle Vine, Grassland, Underbrush, or Tangle Vine at one's feet. I don't think you'll be able to utilize that, so yeah, just throwing things. Poach, water walking, water reflexes. Upon receiving an attack, greatly increases physical and magical parry and, evasion rates. What did you have? Gill Snapper, I'm not too worried about that. What? How do you have time mage abilities but no time magics equipped? So you can use Rush and Throw Stone. Is this a bug? Like, do they actually have all the time magic abilities? Because this happened with the last guy. Guess we'll find out. You think it's a bug? Okay. Well, that's a very annoying bug. Who do you got? Oh, goody, you can cast Holy and Flare. Well, you're a problem. Upon receiving damage, increases the unit's magical attack power for the duration of the battle. Ooh. Also a problem. And a magic defense boost. And he can fly. Oh boy. Zeus Mace. Interesting. We don't have any steel equipped, though. I'm going to assume that you have these weapons in your inventory, even if they are not equipped. So, cause damage, lower MP, restore HP. Oh wait, you've also got aim and... Oh no! Okay, physical attacks, so magic against those isn't going to matter. So 70% brave. Gill Snapper and re-equip. You've got that one, so let's see. Attack in a straight line. Protecting shell, so basically that uses wall. Attacks. MP attacks. I feel like we need to keep our mages somewhat safe. It'll have to do. Oh, it didn't proc. Actually.
I can do this.
Oh, goody. Oh, that's bad. Well, I mean, he's got Mana Shield, so he'll be fine, but that's gonna completely eradicate his MP. Well, Let's see what we can do with this. What is this? Prime XP? Yeah, unfortunately, that's not going to be an option. I think we're going to have to try taking more of these guys out.
Gods above.
Come on. We
Nicely
fight
done.
together.
Much obliged.
I must be decisive.
You don't have me yet.
Not too bad. We got some of the ones we really needed to get speed down on.
This bodes ill.
We're not
Oh,
done.
you had hit points left, you jerk.
Come on.
That little bit of healing was just enough to keep him alive to get his proc off. Fine. Oh, he had Protect as well. That probably reduced the amount of damage. That's probably what saved him. So he wasn't healed. He had Protect. That's what it was. Do you have... You do have reflexes. 8% chance. Oof, that's awful. But I want to go about this, because I don't want to leave this ninja to go after the mages. I mean, they might do so anyway, but... Wonder if that one ability would that ignores, like it always hits. I wonder if that would have giving us a better chance here. Alright, what are our options for movement? We can get over there and smack him. I don't know what good it would do. Too bad I can't walk over there and just kind of like put my hand over his mouth. Well, I mean, it's a higher percent.
Have at you!
It worked!
Onwards and upwards.
You can't move any further? Oh, there's a thing in the way. That's not good. You can move over here, which is probably bad. You know what? Just stay put.
Where to, then? Ready for anything?
Misread that as Garfield.
Dying flesh by dark god marked. To primordial flame give rise. Flare!
I have you.
No, you don't. You just took away of all of his magic.
Not looking good.
Throw stone, really? Okay. There's a few of you going off. Let me see something here. Maybe we'll just use items. This is gonna be kind of dicey, but...
Let me see to that.
Yeah, Chemist actually would have been handy for throwing. I don't know if Protector's gonna help a whole lot, but we'll find out. He's probably gonna get back attack no matter what we do. You need to move somewhere so that you get your mana shield back up. Was it one of the level ones, I think? No, it was one of the other ones. XP, I think. Would really prefer to do something a little bit more than that. Let me think. Yeah, that nuking everybody is going to be a big problem. Guess we could go after him. That's not possible. That'd be fine, except for Wolf will get hit too, and that's not a good thing. He doesn't have Chameleon Robe on, which is another tactic I probably should have focused on, but oh well. Okay, I know what I could have done. I just don't have the opportunity to do it. Okay, you're not going to be able to use any magic points for that. So I got to find something to do, and I think that's going to have to be... Excuse me. I think it's going to end up being probably hit the one person that's over there. Who was it? Oh, wait. Oh, this might work. Yeah, we'll take them out.
Now! My apologies.
Wow, that was a scream. He will land before 6, I'm thinking. Will he land before 8? Don't know. We'll try this. Wait, 75... 75. Jeez. He would live with 1 hit point. Also, it has a 30% chance to hit. Because of his Shihira Dori. What was it called? Yeah. Alright, I guess we'll go after you.
I will defeat you.
Gotta keep Ninja Buddy busy somehow. You know what? We're gonna try something else. It's probably not a good idea.
Steady does it.
Go on, hit me from behind. Nope, okay.
No turning back. Patch myself up.
Very good.
Here, take this.
Onward!
This'll hurt.
Ooh, he landed a little bit too late.
Fight.
By wolf.
Was I so weak?
We're gonna have
The
to
father
figure
watch
out
over
something
me.
better to do with you.
No, not here. I
Did your
shall
mana
not
shield not
yield.
proc? Your mana shield didn't proc. That's a pain in the ass. Two 92% chances and it completely didn't proc. That's weird. Unless aim... No, it can't be immune to aim. So yeah, that was just really bad luck on her part. You're
must
just
concentrate.
gonna have to sit.
It isn't over.
Where to, then?
Well, I got a couple of ways to go about this, and I don't know if either is going to be helpful. Both of you are already healed. Oh, whoops. I didn't see you over there.
I'm in your debt.
I thank you.
Middling. We got his speed down at least.
I can do this.
He's gonna take a hit. And that brings him back into play.
I will defeat you.
Oh, you're gonna retreat, okay. You might take somebody out with that. Mana shield, please proc. Thank you.
I'm not giving up.
Just getting started.
Everybody is all over the place in terms of height now. Geez, you've got a lot of hit points. Also, that doesn't do a lot of damage. Yeah, let's try it this way.
Come on.
One for me. Ready and able.
You are going to land. Or are you gonna move? So yeah, you know what I meant. He's gonna move, and then he will miss if I went after that guy. He's actually gonna do the same for the ninja. Or no, he actually lands on 5. Never mind.
Now.
You have to move a space. Not ideal. How many hit points do y'all got? $725, 704. Maybe it's worth it. Let's find out.
Obvious.
Oh, right, it can be evaded. Okay, well, that sucked. Back to using Holy next time, I guess. And unfortunately, you gotta move over here.
Ah!
Wait, who died? Oh, okay. Well, that was fun.
I must concentrate. I'm depending on you.
Oh, the scream was the ninja. I didn't even see them fall.
Where to, then? Now then. I will defeat you.
Ooh, that's not good. Okay, at least Mana Shield
No
proc this
turning
time.
back.
The timing on this is probably not gonna work. When does the... Goes off at 11. Okay. Yeah, that's, that timing ain't gonna work. Well, might as well do that.
from strength to strength.
I'm here. We will triumph.
See, now I could, if I wanted to, let me move him first. Yeah, that's the only problem. It's gonna hit Wolf. Let's see if we can do this instead.
My turn. Are you all right?
That should at least get him to retreat. Uh-oh. Moose is gonna go down.
It's over.
Ooey, he's not close enough. I don't want to go about this. Actually, where does that put you? 16. Eesh. Yeah, unfortunately, Moose's speed is really high right now, so he needs to get back up on his feet. Can we? $11. It'll distract somebody if nothing else.
We must fight on. Now or never.
Oh good, you can jump. Let's see, dance. Not gonna do enough. Let's see if you land before Reppin gets his turn. I don't want to hit you with that. %, he might miss. I do not want to give you a Magic Surge. You have no MP. It doesn't matter if you get Magic Surge. You can't cast spells.
La 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 la.
Yeah, at least we got a couple of them.
I ain't done yet.
Oh, you're gonna throw a shuriken, okay. Well, mana shield, so bleh.
Ready and able.
Don't hit the white mage. Okay, good. Shoot. Well, maybe it's
I
alright.
give my all.
Oh, that's not good. We gotta get that crystal. We can't let, what's-his-face get that crystal or all of his MP is gonna come back. Actually... it's entirely possible this guy might be a dummy. If that's the case, then we don't have to worry about it. Because all he would do is restore his HP. Or maybe learn some abilities. Which, okay. Really didn't want to hit Wolf with this, but... well, I guess we could try something else. Sorry, Wolf. Hang in there.
No.
Oh, we got him down.
The story end. Damn you.
Survive?
I see
Nope.
the light.
Okay, well, that should be it.
Lothry. Forgive me. Would that I had told you.
I loved you.
That way, 'twould seem.
Okay, that was a little bit more dicey than I would have liked. There were probably better ways for me to handle that, but, yeah. Zeraxis, let us gives you hugs. We need more Lux. And Wolf, I think we need to reconsider how we're going to go about things. First and foremost. I don't know that this Aegis shield is really doing a whole lot to help it.
You see my potential.
Oh, you can't use the chameleon robe in this class. Shoot.
You see my potential.
That's a big drop. Well, he was wearing this. What was... He'd try throw items, but he would lose his 50% magic evade. Gosh, I hate that lack of evasion. He's getting smacked around by so much shit, though. Too bad there's not a equip robes ability here. Let me think. Is there a different job that maybe would work?
You see my potential.
This might work. What if we tried this? He still gets the 50% magic evade and 10% magic evade from Aegis Shield. He can use his Arts of War from a great distance, and he can absorb wholly. There, a little bit more evasion. As long as there's no single one thing that does more than 365 damage to him. We will try it.
Huh?
We need this more than we need speed.
Yes?
Yes?
Was there something?
Do you not have this? You do not. Okay. We'll see what this does, I guess. Oh boy, we're split up. Again.
I shall do my best.
I will do my utmost.
Understood.
Aye.
At the ready.
Let's see whether or not I messed it up. Oh, it's another not Deleta?
Oh, Ramza! Truly it is a joy that we should chance to meet again.
Oh, what a coincidence. I've got your gun. And you've got a lot of monstrous friends there.
I once suffered defeat at your hands, but it will not happen twice. Your head I shall take for Lord Folmarv.
So you live still? Was your fear of death such that you would sooner bend your knee to the Lucavi? I pity you.
You pity me? You are a naive child who speaks of things he does not understand. It betrays your high-born nature that you should think it pitiful for one to fight to cling to life. For the lowborn, each day is a struggle to survive. Ever does death cast its dark shadow over us.
It's weird how suddenly we've got the whole inverse of the highborn thing going on.
When the nobleman falls ill, the physician nurses him back to health. Even when his lands suffer a poor harvest, food yet graces his table. Meanwhile, the common man dies of a chill. And even when times are not lean, he is not assured a meal on the morrow. Pity me if that is your wont. It matters not. For now, I am made truly human.
How does selling your soul to demons make you human?
Also, don't use one of those pretty rocks.
You've lost sight of whatever ambition you once held.
I stand above all other men now. I have transcended death itself.
You want to test that?
No longer must I bow my head in coy attempts to curry favor with you high-born nobles.
Yeah, that is kind of how he is. He's like, I'm.
I've bought my freedom. I am human at last, no longer something less.
You think freedom a thing bought and sold? What value? A freedom you have not earned. What meaning when your soul is the price? A man who's lost his pride can never be free. When you cast yours aside, you surrendered your freedom.
It occurs to me that a lot of this game feels like a Shakespearean play with some tactical combat in between scenes.
Freedom and equality are lost upon you. You do not understand, much less desire them. No. What you desire is power. Whatever your claims, you are just a fallen man who wishes to rise up at the expense of others.
Which is not a bad thing. I'm not criticizing it. I kind of appreciate that for what it is.
You ain't leaving here alive.
Oh, you've got initiative. Oh, you've got regenerate. Oh, you've got distance. Oh, you got a gun, don't you? Yeah, you got a gun. Okay.
Careful now.
Just for the heck of it.
Where to?
Maybe if we park you over here, you'll be good? Actually, no, hold on. Park you over here. That way you get a little bit of cover. I hope. Also, I should see what they all do. Yeah, so you have a gun. And they're gonna fly over and say hello, aren't they? Oh, don't say hello over in this direction. Okay, well, we're not parking our dancer over there.
Now.
Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so that's still within range. I'll just park you over here, I guess. Alright, what do we got? No revives. You can aim. Geomancy, if we hit you with physical. And you can do an evasive stance. Fun. Has a chance of increasing the potency of the attack. Huh. Ugh. Wait a minute. What'd that say? Oh, inflicts stone on a unit with undead status. Well, none of us are undead, so we're good. Okay, well, if we steal his gun, he can still punch. Oops. Yay. This is gonna be a problem. Chance of causing instant KO. That's a problem. Well. Yeah, that's who I would prefer to target. And, thankfully, we gave him the chameleon robe, so he should absorb this. Oh wow, that did a lot more damage than I was expecting. Will be a heal. We gotta take that thing out. Hey, no. Move first, I guess. Okay, good. Can we... $27%. Ugh. Ew. I hate it. Well, does anything else have a better... Oops. Chance? 27... 27. Oh, okay. You have a cloak. Oh, you can counter from a distance. I don't like that.
Follow my lead.
Hmm.
Is this the end? I'll survive.
Yay.
I must concentrate.
No, we're not going to be able to hit him with this. Well, I don't think this will work with a gap in the way, will it? Oh, it will hit. Okay. Sure, why not?
I'll handle this.
Okay, good. Oh boy. Oh, you've got range. Uh-oh.
Kidding.
Oh, that's very, very unfortunate. They were gonna tear us apart. Well, I might need to rethink some strategies here. Well, since we may well end up going under anyway, time to get desperate.
This cannot be.
Please kill that thing. Okay, phew. Oh no.
My thanks.
Sorry, Raven. Take a nap.
And so it ends.
I am grateful. I must fight on. Nothing that won't heal. I must be decisive.
Well, did I not give him throw? What did I give him? Oh, I gave him equip guns, right, because I thought that using debuffs at a distance was going to be helpful in this battle. And it turns out it's not. Go heal your friends before they die.
We must fight on.
Oh, you're gonna hit Moose, aren't you? You jerk.
It's over.
I just fixed that.
Better than ever.
Come on.
No, I can't get close enough. Well, we're gonna try. It just takes a couple of turns to get there. That's all.
No turning back.
Please don't kill Wolf. That would be very rude. Try Flame. Okay, well, bye. He's already dead. You can stop now. Well, this is getting more and more desperate. I mean, it would work, but it would undo a lot of the hard work we just did. No. 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 I don't think I'm gonna have the math for this. Well, I can pick her up. Okay, what is this? XP 5. Let's see if we get anything better. Oh, no. No, that's too dangerous. Elevation isn't gonna really work. Yeah. I really need to take that other Hydra out, unfortunately. Good enough. Let's go.
My time is up. My turn.
Please work. What?
It isn't over.
Woo. I really don't want to revive those two things. This is the difficulty thing about using this, is that if you really want it to be super powerful, you got to find just the right number. And most of the times the right number is not right. Okay. Not protect. No, wait a minute. Really? that's 1. Well... it's gonna have to do.
Stay with us now.
Miss? Why did that miss?
I must concentrate.
Oh, we got a problem. Oh, we got a problem. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Well, better get this done quick.
You ain't leaving here alive.
Yes, yes, blah blah blah.
How's this?
That's fine, I still need to move over there to be able to do anything to you.
Ready.
Damage, and he will counter, so that's not gonna work. Damn it.
We will triumph.
Okay, let's try this again, and hopefully next time, or hopefully this time it doesn't miss. See something here. Wait a minute, what is Wolf on? Okay, apparently that just doesn't count for anything. Which is highly inconvenient. That means there's no way to bring him back. Okay, well, this better work.
Allow me.
There we go. Thank goodness.
You ain't leaving here alive.
I wish I could pick Wolf up and move him just like half a space or something. It's not gonna go well.
Come on.
Alright. There is another way I could revive him, but... That's gonna bring that thing back. I don't want to risk losing him.
I am blessed.
Hashtag blessed.
You ain't leaving here alive.
Who are you gonna hit? Okay, he's got mana shield, it's fine.
In my sight.
Enjoy your potion, question mark? Oh boy. Please don't do a whole ton of damage. That would be highly inconvenient. Ow!
My turn.
Time to run away! Help! 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 Are you kidding me?
A proud moment.
Where to?
You ain't leaving here alive.
Uh-oh. Bye, Ramza.
Time to die!
I cannot die here.
Dang it.
Just getting started.
Oh, would this actually work? Would this be safe for once? Perhaps so.
It's
If it
far
works.
from over.
Please work.
I'm in your debt.
Oh, thank goodness.
Come on.
Can you hit from here? 100% will not survive long enough to counter.
It's over!
Uh-oh. Sure, why not? He's gonna end up moving. Might as well do that. Gonna have to rethink this
You ain't
particular
leaving
strategy.
here alive.
Stop going after him.
La 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 la.
I am
My
not
turn.
having a good success rate. What is his speed, anyway? 13. Yeah, we need to bring that down. I don't expect this to work.
What'd you call that?
It would have been funny if he fell off and died, though.
Now.
Oh, why am I looking at elevation for? No. No, damn it. That'll work. How about you come down here? Actually. Did she get hit with a gun before? Is that why she died? I'm trying to remember. We'll stick you here. Yes, yes, mana shield. Kind of expected that to happen, that's fine. Oh, you got your MP back. That's probably a problem. Counter, but can you shoot a gun from close range? He does have cloak evasion. Oh, screw it.
Follow my lead.
Are you immune to this debuff? Well, let's keep you from getting this.
I'm in your debt.
There. No more risking the dancer. That was just a mess. Blah. Well, I don't think that counts as a multiple of 4, does it? Nope. Alright, well... Oh! I didn't mean to hit that. Oh no, okay, it had no effect. Well...
I must concentrate.
Rep is just sitting this one out, I guess. Okay, you don't seem to be able
You
to
ain't
counter
leaving
from
here
there.
alive.
And you're still focusing on repping, okay. That's foolish.
La 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 la.
Finally! Now he's down to 12.
I'll handle this.
No turning back.
My turn.
What do you call that?
Uh-oh, my headset has a low battery. One moment. I need a USB-C cable. Are you a USB-C cable? Yes. A really thick and chunky one. I knew I should have charged my headset before I started stream tonight. One moment, please. Where do you go? Over here, alright. Okay. Yeah, move this over here, I guess. Nope, don't choke me. There we go. Alright. I don't know if I should be trying this, but... Can you reach from here, Wolf? You can. Okay, good. What is, height 6? That's divisible by 3 if I need it. This is a very low % chance, but go for it. We did it! Now it's down to 10. Now it's the same as us. Roughly. And he didn't counter. That was... Oh no. Well...
Better than ever.
He really doesn't like repping.
Let me see.
Mm. 57, I think. That's a prime, right? EXP 0. I think... EXP 10, okay. Okay, I guess 0 won't work. This will, though. Good.
Where to?
You didn't evade that time. That's a treasure chest, okay.
You're most gracious.
Follow my lead.
Damn it! I must grow strong.
Now.
Wait, I can check this. This is fine.
I needed that.
Bathe in the light of holy redemption.
How can I die? I thought I had transcended. Yet there is only darkness.
Oops, you were wrong. Uh-oh. Okay. Phew. Hey, Frisky. How you doing
The
tonight?
stones resonate.
It's going all right. The fights are a little bit dicier than I was expecting. It's not quite a matter of having my arithmetician just nuke everything, because the positioning is kind of all over the place. But it's still coming through for me in the end.
I am tired, Delita. So very tired.
Take a nap.
But I must forge on. It
That is
falls
really
to me to
difficult,
stop
so
Fulmov.
GG on that one. Thank you.
I chose this path. I will walk it to the end.
Yeah, I had to use math and holy on the freaking Hydras, because getting hit 3 times in one turn kind of sucks. It's basically an instant kill. The only way is, like, if I happen to have something that absorbs fire, which I don't think that I do, then sure, that would work, but then there's a thing that did thunder, and Toad with the Mathematician helped me a ton. I probably should have done Toad, but I wanted to use things that couldn't be evaded, so I've been sticking with Holy. The Chemist was annoying, but he didn't have too much. He wasn't too much of a hassle. I don't think. Shoot, I don't remember. He's dead now. It doesn't matter. And I'm debating whether or not I want to put Wolf back how he was.
Huh?
So Auto Potion is probably handy. Although, to be fair, if he'd had Dragon Heart, well, no, it wouldn't have mattered because nothing procced. Absolutely nothing procced in that battle.
My lord?
Do I want to try this again in the next battle? Or do I want to stick him back as a white mage? Because he only had like a 20-some% chance to hit with Arts of War. It really, really wasn't great. And being countered from a distance also sucked. We'll try it. We'll see what happens. The worst can happen is that I fuck it up and have to try again. Right? Let's give Xeraxis... He's still happy. He's so happy that we made it through so far. Let's give him pets. Merely wags his tail from side to side. He's happy! Aww. I love Xeraxis so much. I love all my dragons so much. Give them all pets. Oh, he's asleep. Okay. This one hungers for battle. This one is charging. This one also hungers for battle. This one is accumulating power. Level 57 is kind of powerful. Hungers for battle. A ferocious greeting. It hungers for battle as well. They're all very hungry. Has anybody been feeding the dragons? This one's very happy though. Lampetos is very happy. Appears to be accumulating power. Another charger. And this one is very gleeful. Also accumulating power. Also accumulating power. And we gave you lots of pets already, Xeraxis. Let us give some pets to other people. And he's also wagging his tail from side to side. So there. We pet all the dragons, so we've got all the luck now, right? Airship graveyard. We haven't even seen an airship yet. Ooh boy.
I shall do my best.
I will do my utmost. Come on. To battle.
Wait, you can move Ramza? Yes. You hover over him and you press X for reposition. You move him wherever you want. If you also didn't know, you can press Y for status, and you can change equipment and job before you do the battle. So let's say you get into a random encounter, and you find, oh, there's a dragon. I want to make sure that I get a dragon. You can change to an orator and adjust your skills so that you can have a dragon friend. So the lock in this profile, you thought you couldn't even move him. Nope. Now, that said, there have been a lot of battles where you move him where you want, and then he goes somewhere else anyway. So don't necessarily rely on that, because it's entirely possible that he'll just be like, I'm going to stand here and give a speech. And then you'll be like, but I had a tactical reason for putting you in that specific spot. And you ruined it. Anyway, let's see how I do.
Forward.
Oh, look. It's our quest objective. I mean, our sister.
I do not understand. Why does Virgo not awaken? This is his resting place. His spirit lingers here. I can sense it. What could be amiss? Mayhap she is not a suitable vessel after all. No, it cannot be that. Virgo stirred at her presence. She must be the one. Oh, it is still not enough. That could be the only reason. So you have come, Ramza.
It is over, Fulmov. Your comrades are no more.
You see? He moved. He moved one space over to stand in front of Reppin. That's not where I parked him. So see what I mean? You can put him wherever you want. That doesn't mean he's gonna listen.
Now end this. Release my sister.
Comrades, you say? They were but pawns to be sacrificed.
Yeah, you can move him out of that spot if you want somebody else there.
The angel of blood to whom Saint Ajora is joined, she must slake her thirst ere she rise again. The land has drunk deep of blood in the Chiliads since Saint Ajora's death, yet still she covets more. So be it. Once more to world of light, there to steep the earth in blood's sweet rain.
I'm gonna repeat what I said before. This game really does feel like a Shakespearean play with some tactical battles in between scenes. And that's not a bad thing. I definitely appreciate that. But it's now that I've said it, it really, really sticks to me.
But you, Ramza, you will not live to see the storm.
It has the heavy play feeling to it. I think part of it is the voice acting and the style they're aiming for, like for the period. It's really bad at the end. Oh, you mean heavy? Okay, yeah, I was gonna say bad as a negative, heavy. I'm okay with that though. Like the whole Shakespearean thing. We're here for the show. Part of it being to see whether or not I survive the battle. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. What fancy beast are you gonna turn into?
The stones lend you their strength, I see this now. A truly vexing foe this child is made.
You know, I know enough furries that I think they would dig this.
And thus Ajora with High Seraph joined, that thirst for power alone the stones might slake. O Saint Ajora, O Angel of Blood, this sacrifice I proffer that you wake.
Uh-oh. You mean yourself, right?
Ramza, unto me your lifeblood you shall render.
Yeah, focus on Ramza, not the unconscious girl that's laying down there. Don't sacrifice her. That would suck.
Alma, I'm coming, but you must wake. Cast off this sleep.
Awaken to your whimpering she will not.
What have you done to her?
Her flesh a gift, Ajora's newfound form.
That seems bad.
Through her the Angel of Blood descends once more, the perfect vessel finally obtained.
I mean, Ramza didn't get to see what was happening just a few minutes ago, but yeah, that doesn't seem to be working yet.
Should slain she be, to naught our plans would come. Yet strength have you to carry out this deed. Beyond your gentle heart it is, I fear.
Slay my sister. I need not resort to such measures.
Yeah.
You are without comrades to protect you, Fulmov. I will strike you down and end your madness.
Don't say that. He'll do a summon.
I am the bringer of order.
Okay, what are you gonna do? Stop on Moose.
Struggle no more.
Uh-oh. Well... could be worse. We can't see your stats, can we? Nope, I didn't think so. Well,
We will triumph.
let's not do the party. Okay, level multiple of 5. I don't know. Oh, wait. Well, you know what? I'm sure it's fine. See, it's fine.
I'll handle this. Follow my lead.
Good.
From strength to strength.
Leveling up, it would be really bad right now.
By one so feeble felled I cannot be. Yet even should you chance to strike me down, return I shall in perpetuity. This world in unremitting chaos lies. Unprompted does it churn and roil and seethe. For power, souls of rancor ever cry, and thus are we to aid them summoned back. To free their souls, the purpose of the stones.
Oh, it's... hang on, I gotta take my other pill. Hang on, Mr. Big Beefy Lion Guy. I gotta take something real quick.
Cletien did say that Saint Ajora could create limitless aurasight. And there are bound to be many like Barrick, who desire power only for self-gain.
What are your thoughts on Mr. Beefy Lion Guy? Well, I mean, I'm okay with Big Beefy Lion Guys. They're fine. This particular Big Beefy Lion Guy needs to take a nap.
A righteous life was yours, but few could live. For man is wont to envy and begrudge. What joy that others find, he fain destroys.
I mean, just okay because you could have, like, an amazing body, but if you're a jerk, you're a jerk. And he's kind of a jerk.
I've lived a far from righteous life. These hands are hardly clean. But I endeavor to walk a righteous path, as do many others. We are not all like you.
For the one true God.
Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? Quake? Uh-oh.
Let me see.
Can you get out of that? I really, really wish that it would have kept the camera like this so that I could see where the hell that was gonna land. Like, that was a really shitty perspective. Maybe? I don't actually know.
Swirl.
Nope, he's in it. Thank goodness for Mana Shield. You need to recharge your Mana Shield. Oh, you can't recharge your Mana Shield. Not like that. Yay. Oh, you got... Oh, boy.
Infernal souls with wrath unspent.
Oh, you cast that fast.
Upon the land your fury vent. Quake!
Well...
Virtuous fate.
Bringer of Order job level? Well, that sucked. Do you counter? Oh, you're all the way over there. Great. Okay, well... Yeah, you can't reach, so... tracker and hope for the best. Different strategy. When's your next turn? 7.
Ready.
I won't give up.
Well, I could do that. Sure.
I thank you.
Could you not move the camera, please? That would be great. You're gonna move before he lands, but it gets you out of the air, or it gets you off of...
I must be
it gets you
decisive.
into the air. Huh. Camera's especially annoying this so far. Please land. Yay. It's gonna hit all 3 of them.
My turn.
Okay, we gotta move, people.
Are you all right?
Thank goodness for auto potion.
La 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 la.
%47 isn't the worst.
You cannot resist!
That's fine. It's about the same chance that Raven has. He's probably gonna use Quake again.
I must concentrate.
Yeah, we need to stay like really far spread out. I'm gonna do this, and then hopefully we can just leave you here to dance. Oop, nope.
No cause for concern.
Bad positioning, and I wasn't
I'll
watching.
handle this.
You're gonna Quake them again. Oh, you're going to hit just Reppin? Yeah. Nope, you hit Wolf as well. Darn. It's okay.
I am blessed.
Oh, good. He died.
I too should succumb to this mere child.
That is either the best timing, because he died right when Reppin hit 60, which means he wouldn't be able to safely use Graviga anymore, or it's the absolute worst timing if there's another boss and it's a level multiple of 5. Or 3. Uh-oh.
Where am I?
Safe? Question mark?
Alma, are you alright?
Ramza? Is it truly you?
Too far we've come. To taste now of defeat.
I mean, some people are into that, so if you want to taste defeat, go ahead.
Angel of blood, that you should rise. My life I gladly give.
I don't like this. All your marinara's leaking out, dude. Oh.
I am come once more.
Uh-oh.
Alma, no.
Victory is yours. Is it? Does it? Ragnarok? No, 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 no. I want to save. No. Oh, now we're on the back? Hang on. This Knight's Sword is mentioned in the Tales about the End of the World. It provides defense against spellcraft, while equipped grants shell. You're probably just gonna go wherever you want, aren't you, Ramza?
Understood. I am yours to command.
You're fine as you are. I don't think we have to worry about this.
Ready.
You don't have it? That's fine.
I will do my utmost.
Alright, we'll try it and see how it goes.
At the ready.
Oh, what? Okay. That was confusing.
What is this?
We're gonna try.
Alma!
Ramza! Help!
No! You cannot! You must not! No!
Alma? Are you unharmed?
I'm fine. But you must strike down Ajora. Quickly.
To thwart my coming, you would dare essay. Nay, it shall not be.
Oh. Oh boy. Oh no. I don't want any friends.
I suffer spite from neither lord nor serf. Your unmaking you have sealed. I am Ultima, divinity descended. Prostrate yourselves before me now.
Well then. This is gonna be fun.
So that is Saint Ajora's true fate. Made a Lucavi like all the others who craved power. You will not leave this place! I will defeat you! I swear it! I must concentrate.
Oh good, she's level 56. Oh, you have a ribbon equipped? That is awesome. Not a whole lot of HP, though. I'm not sure whether or not we can get her picked up. We can't get close enough to her to use any healing abilities, so... Well, hang on. She can move anywhere on the battlefield. That's... ooh, that's painful.
You can do it!
I'm in trouble.
Now.
Hang on. What are my thoughts on the Dreamweave cloak or whatever it's called? Hang on. The Featherweave cloak? It's pretty powerful for a cloak. It gives good evasion. Well, that's a problem. Well... I hope this works. Miss? I thought Holy couldn't miss. At least it hit them. I don't understand why it missed. Cannot enter water, brawler, swift spell, counter. Oh, this is gonna be a problem.
Let's try this. Look, brother.
Re-raise is good, because you're probably going to go down. Ouch. Meh.
My turn.
Do your best.
I'll handle this.
This looks bad.
What are you going over there for? Alma? That's like a bad place to go. It will get you away from him, so... I believe this should be a safe spot. You hate Alma in this game, she's always getting in the way and only heals herself. I'm fine if she does that. Like, if she can keep herself up, that's somebody for them to get distracted by. Oh, that's gonna hit him, though. Well, he does have Mana Shield. The only problem is that... Yeah, I can't risk it. No. Good enough.
I must do what I can.
I mean, that worked. She must have realized she was being targeted by Ultima and stood there to purposefully hurt everybody else. So that's smart AI. I've done that. I want to battle that way.
Where to, then?
Good.
I must concentrate.
Hangs on by a thread, but I'll take it.
Submit to me.
Oh, she's being smart.
Where to?
I'm in trouble.
Yeah, that... Well, nope, you're getting... No, you're not going to get it out in time.
Damn you.
Oh, jeez.
Let me see. 'Tis
Can't get them both.
It's far from over. I shall be fine.
Good job, Alma. You took one down. Almost got them all. Oh, I guess two. Not good. 250. Oh, just out of range. When's your turn? I can't get there anyway.
I'll handle this.
Come on. I won't let you die. Now.
What was Ultima's range? It was 2, right? Do that and hopefully we won't hit Wolf.
Ready.
I will help you. I appreciate it.
Oh, you're gonna do that Almagest thing again? They're gonna go down.
Is this the end?
They're both at 2. Can't friggin' tell. What is that? Level Prime? Perfect.
Open your eyes.
Submit to me. Life's churning hues throw open 7 doors, the tower of might to climb, Ultima! My power to bear.
Uh-oh.
Thank you kindly.
Be strong.
Shoot.
Time to dance.
Meh. Oof. I don't think I can pick her up. These are level, right? No, experience. And I don't believe any of these worked. Well. For lack of anything else.
Now! My turn. I won't let you die.
Just so that he's not in the way of a multi-hit thing. Not good. Oh, he didn't proc.
I can do this.
Well, at least you'll be out of the way. I think you'll be out of the way here. If not, well, we're going to pick you up. Oof. Wait. We need to take that thing out. It's too much of a pain in the ass. When do you get your turn? Risky, but we'll try it. Oh wait, shoot, Reppin, that's gonna hit Reppin. Yeah, it was an oops on my part. Good job, Raven.
Ready and able.
You go on 6. So...
Here I go.
Come on.
Nice.
Let's try this.
You're not gonna get close enough to really do a whole lot in this turn, so...
Submit to me.
I don't think that's gonna go off in time. You're about to get your turn.
What say you now?
Well, let's see if this does any good. Well, let's see, what is that, Prime? Oh look, this hits everybody. Except her. So that's inconvenient. Now screw it. I was hoping to get her and Wolf, but I don't think they have anything in common. $59, 0, 24. Yeah.
I feel better now.
I don't think that'll save her, but sure, why not? We'll give it a try. Let's not get too close to Alma. Oop, sorry. Can you attack from here? You cannot. Oh, only did 91 damage, okay.
I must do what I can.
What does that do? Faith increased by 3, okay.
I'll handle this.
That's both good and bad. Yeah, sorry. It occurs to me that the randomly selected birthday we picked for Ramza, because I believe we used dice all the way at the beginning, was a good selection considering he does 125% damage.
This'll hurt.
Did we do it?
Impossible. This end to meet.
I think we did it.
I see it now. Too late. In you. His plot. My vanquisher in times long past.
Thank you for the GGs.
But not so soon. Shall I accept defeat?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
In that accursed blood, the price of your defiance you shall pay.
Oh boy. Well.
I will not run.
I can do this.
I will not run, please. I mean, she doesn't really have anywhere to go. I'm a little worried about this thing, what this thing is going to do. I don't want Wolf to be in a position where he can get smacked by something, though. Oh. Okay. So we are just continuing where we were.
See.
You know that you're fine where you are. What is this? CT multiple of 3. That's not going to last very long. Oh no! At least we got its speed down. Dispelja. Oh no.
No turning back.
I must concentrate.
We can't get close enough to really do anything to you with Ramza. Oh, this teleportation is gonna be fun! Yeah, there's nothing you can do right now. So.
No turning back.
Yeah, stay here. That's fine. Okay, I need to check. I mean, this isn't gonna hit, but... Okay. Your level is divisible by 3. But so is theirs. Darn it. Well, Okay, we found a number. What do we want to try and hit you with? That's the problem. Will holy work? Yay! Oh, wow. It's very weak to holy.
To nothingness return.
We still can't get close enough to you to do anything.
Here!
Hi. No, don't dispel. Oh, you're just gonna stand there? You're not gonna do anything? Okay. Actually, can you hit from here? No, you gotta move. %, so that's good. Darn. You have haste. If I stand next to you, will you lose your haste when you dispel me? That is the question. Or no, that's float. Yeah, okay, I'm dumb. Never mind. That was dumb. He didn't need to stand there. That was probably a mistake. It's fine. Holy worked, so we're gonna stick to that. I'm so glad that this thing doesn't have, like, barrier change or something like that.
Ready.
Submit to me.
Hooey.
Ready and able.
Oh well. Don't know if you can jump from here. It's not gonna matter. You're about to, it's about to move somewhere else, so...
My turn. You can do it.
Okay, now I don't have to worry about Wolf's proc not going off. Here, I guess. You just really focused on rep right now. Oh! Yay for mana shield. Please only attack once. Oh, thank goodness. You have no MP, is that the problem? I think that's the problem.
I've earned this.
I'm a little worried about leveling up because sometimes that just sort of throws things out of whack.
I must be decisive.
77%.
You're mine!
Still hit.
I must concentrate.
Hang on, let me see something here. That costs 30, that's why.
Allow me.
There, you can cast it another time.
Your fate is sealed.
It really does not like rep. Thank goodness for Mana Shield. Actually, since it just did an attack. Don't move up there. How am I supposed to use chakra on you? Damn it. It's fine. I'll just move up next to her.
My turn. Here. I must keep at it.
Let's try this.
We will triumph.
Let's...
I can do this.
$69%.
Impossible. Lowly mortals.
Oh, I think we pissed it off. Oh, you're spelling Dispelja.
Here I go.
You know, it's really just focusing on that.
I must concentrate.
Well...
To nothingness return.
Is that a 100%
No turning
chance?
back.
You're gonna do 5, so I think we will focus.
I have
You
faith
took
in
your
you.
time. Now then.
I wonder why the speed is, or why the percent chance is kind of going all over the place here. Nice.
Let me see.
I don't think I can math it this time. Nope, no math this time. Let's see. Maybe. You know what? This is fine.
We won't lose.
My turn.
Look, everyone, it's the funny number. Would have been really hilarious if it had actually fallen to that. And what are you gonna do? Okay.
I will not run.
Run towards Ramza, please. Not great. Jeez, that is just not hitting.
Submit to me.
Eh, we'll try it. Wait, KO?
I must concentrate.
Okay, I think we did it.
I have you now!
More power.
O stones divine! I beseech you!
Congrats on killing God. Thank you. The struggle has at last reached its end. Oh my gosh. What a journey that's been. Phew. I imagine that would have gone a lot worse if the end boss wasn't so busy trying to dispel
What now, Ramza?
all the Aegis.
Given all that has come to pass, I fear we cannot return to our old lives.
No. Should we remain, we would only be hunted as heretics. So instead, let us take to the road.
You and I?
We've eliminated the source of the chaos. Our work is done. From now on, we shall live free, as birds on the wing.
Blessings of the Great Father descend and guide your body's return to the earth. May the grace of Saint Ajora lead Alma's soul to the eternal shores of paradise. There she shall find peace. Faram.
Faram.
She was so young.
For the entire family to be taken, the gods are cruel.
And the youngest son, Ramza, branded a heretic and denied even a burial. Such tragedy.
For 3 centuries, House Beowulf stood, but no more. A stark reminder that nothing lasts forever.
Ramza, forgive me. I am late in paying my respects. I would have come sooner were not so many eyes upon me. Ovelia has wed Delita, and she has relinquished the throne to him, making him king. A common-born youth restores peace to the realm, and now together with his queen, he forges a new kingdom. A tale of heroism not like to be soon forgotten. Mayhap Delita is the man you believed him to be. A good man, at heart. When Valmafra revealed herself for an assassin, he made it appear as though he'd killed her. Then let her run. I think he must have caught a glimpse of himself in her. A tool manipulated by Lord Folmarv.
It's time we rejoined our squad. I'll go on ahead.
My father. Did he die bravely? I'll visit again. Be at peace. Are you truly dead? I still cannot believe you're gone. After everything. Oh, Ramza! Alma, wait! They're alive. They're both of them alive. Did you see them? Thank you, Ramza.
I'm gonna just imagine that instead of chocobos, we were riding dragons.
May we meet again, somewhere out there.
There is naught to bind us now. Not the Beowulf name or the legacy. We may leave all that behind, to walk a path of our choosing.
A path of our choosing. But will we be able to find our place?
I do not doubt it. For aside from each other, we have time. To forge new friendships, to start families of our own. And one day, when we have children, we will share with them our tale. The first chapter in a new legacy.
I probably should have been reading that. Oh well, it's fine. Oren would spend the next... Oh gosh, this is loud. His work complete, Oren presented this account of the Durai papers before the Clemensian Council, then convened for the selection of a new High Confessor. However, the Church, fearing above all else the revelation of the truth, seized Oren as a heretic and burnt him at the stake. Oh God! The pen that inked them forever stilled, the papers then lay hidden for long centuries, forgotten even by the Church that had concealed them. But I found the truth, and so laid it bare for all to see, that his deeds might guide generations yet to come, that his name might receive the honor is due. A resolute... Oops, okay. Well... what an ending. And they go off to do their own things and live happily ever after, except for this one guy who got burned at the stake. What the fuck? Thank you for the GG. Seriously, what the fuck? What kind of ending was that? Did I do something wrong? Did I get the bad ending? Like, were we supposed to save him? Were we supposed to bring him into our party or something like that? And that would prevent him from being burned at the stake or something? Holy crap. I hope I didn't get the bad ending. I hope there's not multiple endings, because that would be a big pain in the ass. I'm assuming that there's not. But I'm gonna say that Ramza and Alma go off to other countries with all of their dragon friends and anybody else who wants to come along, and found a dragon petting zoo. Because dragons are friends. And they will happily accept snacks and hugs and pats on the head. The Beowulf Petting Zoo. Nobody will know that name in the country that they go to. You first tried the fright. Nice job. Thank you. To be fair, I don't know that I want to say I was over-leveled, but I was probably adequately leveled? Maybe? I don't know. I mean, those one-hit abilities, I know what was causing them. I think that was a thing where the more damage was done to the monster, the more damage we would take. And I was using skills that were dropping them low, but not killing them outright. And that was just letting them annihilate us. So, yeah, that was a little painful. But I also had some cheese strategies to help out. I know that there are going to be people who do like more challenge runs where they would ban arithmetics, probably ban Dancer. The game would be a whole lot different without Dancer and Arithmetician. Jay Johnson, welcome in. Hello, everybody. It's good to see you. Doing some retro, and which exactly were you playing? Because I didn't actually get to see. But thank you so much for the raid. For everybody who does not know me, I am Iagra the Orcish Fiddler. I fiddle around with lots of different things. Sometimes retro, excuse me, retro and retro-related stuff, sometimes orc-related stuff. We just finished Final Fantasy Tactics. And oh boy, this has been a journey. So now, we got the good ending where we went off and we started a dragon petting zoo. Because I have so many dragons in my army right now. But how's it going, JJ? What were you guys doing tonight? And Devore, welcome in. Thank you for the congrats on the dub. I don't know what dub is in this context. I'm so sorry. The W? Oh, the win. Gotcha. Thank you. Dub equals W equals win. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, thank you very much, Devore, for the for that. You were playing Final Fantasy randomized, you're tired, so you took one try at Chaos, did a ton of damage, then got wiped by a nuke, so you gave up. Aww. I'm sorry to hear that. Was it a solo run, or just an under-leveled party? What were you working with? Oh, is there anything more? Oh, I hear bird chirps. Oh, spoilers if you haven't seen the ending. So if you need to duck out, I totally understand.
I thought I might find you here. Everyone has been looking for you. Today is your birthday, is it not?
Aw, you're bringing flowers.
I brought you flowers. A token of my eternal love.
No, what?
Ophelia.
How could you? You used them. Them and all the others. And someday you'll cast me aside, just as you did Ramza.
Your party was adequately level, just had some bad RNG, plus you ramped up the bosses to 250%. I gotcha. Oh, what? What is this ending?
Did you get what you wanted in all of this, Ramza?
Well, I got to start a dragon petting zoo, so I think I'm a little bit better off than you, dude.
I got this.
This is a very anarchist text. In the name of love, complete? Complete chapter 4 in the name of love. Save data after completion. You can save your progress after reaching the end of the story. When you next load this data, you will resume from the point immediately prior to the final series of battles. As a special bonus for reaching the end of the story, you can now listen to the game's soundtrack to relive your favorite moments. To do so, select Music Player from the title screen. In addition, new sections have been added to the Chronicle in the game's main menu. They are marked with a star icon. Be sure to take a look. Well, Holy shit! I was not expecting any of that from this ending. It's like, so again, if you've come in on the raid, I'm about to talk about the ending. So if you need to duck out, feel free to duck out. I'll give it a couple moments before I kind of go into my thoughts on this, because there's a lot of, it's like such nice, cheerful music, and then what the fuck? Okay, enough time has passed. If you're still here, if you're still listening, I'm assuming that you've played the game, you've seen the ending. So, first of all, it's like, here's some things that happen. Oh, and this guy gets burned at the stake. And then we go off and we start our dragon petting zoo or whatever. And then here's what happens to the princess and the new king. And they fucking stab each other. What? This is like, I mean, I mentioned earlier how it's like, it feels like a Shakespearean theater skit or theater play, just with tactical battles in between the scenes. And it's like, is this supposed to be Romeo and Juliet? Is that the angle we took here? Everybody dies and nobody's happy? The whole game is about how power corrupts. Yeah, I do get that. Power definitely corrupted. What about the power of dragons? I don't think the power of dragons corrupts. Do you think our petting zoo made it okay? I mean, the insurance costs are probably astronomical, but the dragons are friendly. They like hugs, and they like pets on the head, and they like snacks. Just make sure that you don't become a snack. Did they show what happened with Ramza? They did not show it, they just implied it. They sort of implied they went off somewhere else because they're branded as heretics, so they can't hang around here. And good thing look what happened to everybody else. I mean, that guy got burned at the stake, so yeah, let's not hang around. So they probably went off somewhere else. Just kind of did their own thing. Assumedly, it's entirely possible. I mean, it did say they were never seen again. Maybe somebody found them as they traveled, and they're like, oh, the heretics, I will kill them. And were successful. I don't know. I don't think they would be successful in that, though. I mean, Ramza's pretty high level, and Alma was pretty high level, and has Aegis that she can cast, and yeah. All the dragons in our petting zoo, plus our army, if anybody wanted to come with us, and I'm sure some of our friends would. You think they have a cameo in Vagrant Story or something, just chilling, living their lives in a different country? Well, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, they're just chilling, they're living their lives. They're having their dragon petting zoo. All that fun stuff. But holy shit. It's like you kind of expect, like, these games to be like, and then everybody lived happily ever after. With a big asterisk in this game. Everybody lived happily ever after except this guy got burned at the stake, and this girl got stabbed, and this guy got stabbed. And who knows what happened politically after that, because he's supposed to be the king, and well, now there's a vacuum, a power vacuum. So what happens next? The church fills it in, or somebody else steps up, or maybe civil war. The leader doesn't die? Oh, okay. He just has a tummy ache, I guess. Okay. I can accept that. He lives a long time as king. Okay. Well, he didn't, like, slump over or anything, so yeah, that's believable. But, how do you explain the frame narrator tells us this? Is that... Oh, hang on. Is that, in here?
To fully understand Ivalician history, one must take a broad view.
Oh, okay. State of the realm. From the vaults beneath Orban Monastery, Ramses' party made its way deep into the Necrohall of Milan, battling past the Knights Templar to arrive at the ancient wreck of an airship. There, Falmarv sought to resurrect Saint Ajora, but after failing to eliminate his foes, he rendered up his own lifeblood to complete the ritual. So it was that Ultima, the Angel of Blood, descended, but at the end of a fierce struggle, it was Ramza and his comrades who emerged triumphant. Delita, the only player who survived the War of the Lions, continued his rise to power, and having restored peace to Ivalice, he wed Avelia and ascended the throne. As the commoner who became king, his is a great tale of heroism, one that shall be passed down for generations to come. Doesn't go into it here, though.
You are always welcome.
Thence?
Let us trace the journeys of those who shaped history.
Yeah, several months... Oh, you can actually view this scene again, okay. Several months had passed since the War of the Lions had ended, and a long-awaited peace had finally returned to the war-torn land. Delita had wed Queen Avelia, who relinquished sovereignty to her new husband. Delita at last presided over all of Ivalice as king, the sacred throne on which he sat as ever stained with blood. On Avelia's birthday, Delita arrived at her side with a bouquet of flowers, but she was in no mood for celebrations. Did you want a spoiler to one of the quest's diagrams? Diagrams?
Safe travels. What will the light of the stones reveal to you? You are always welcome.
One of the quests. It diagrams. Yeah. If you want to... Yeah, if you want to go ahead and say something, it's fine. This is...
I understand. These documents provide... Take care.
You can get Cloud by following the side quests. Okay. Yeah, I ran into the Flower Girls, so I figured Cloud was around there somewhere. But I didn't really put forth any effort into finding him. Which is fine. I mean, I don't know if it's too late for me to get him in this save game, but if it is, it's fine. I mean, I don't need to 100% the game. I'm certainly not going to try to do that, because it would involve a lot of missable items that you can steal or catch, and I'm not going to go through that. You can just thought you would like to know. Okay, well, if it's not too late, then maybe I'll do it offline or something like that. But yeah, yeah, I'm fairly happy with where I'm at in the game. We do have our dragon friends. He's resting peacefully because we just had a good long fight. He's like, I gave you all the luck and cheered you on. And when you won, I was so happy I jumped for joy. He just boing, 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 boing. You've had your fill of the game, and you're glad you beat the game after all these years. I'm glad you did too. Because I know that you had a little bit of a struggle with that last fight. And you seemed like you were kind of maybe on the edge, maybe a little bit uncertain about continuing, and I'm glad you pushed through. Well, what an adventure this has been. I'll be honest, like, my reward for the adventure is my dragon petting zoo. What an adventure, yes. Well, that means next week we get to figure out something new to play. On the table for long term, I'm not going to do anything long term right away. I want to do some shorter games, some fun things, maybe some Final Fantasy randomizer, maybe some other things. Stuff arcade. I have a whole bunch of... I figured out how to get MAME to work in BizHawk, so I can play arcade games now. So that I might do some of that starting next week. just playing around with different things. So if anybody has arcade games that they would like me to try, let me know ahead of time, and I'll see what I can find. But long term, if you all want me to do something in particular, like, just let me know what kind of arcade games where I'm thinking of. So have I played Frog Zelda? No, I have not ever heard of that. Let me write it down and I'll have to Google it as soon as I find a pen. Frog Zelda. And I'll put a couple question marks because I have no idea what that is. Black Tiger. Is that an arcade? Excuse me, arcade game? The Frog for Whom the Bell Tolls. Okay. Alright. Bear in mind, for me to be able to play it, it does have to be supported by the version of BAM that's in BizHawk, and it has to be complete. If it uses special BIOS chips, I can find those. But there are some games that don't work. I do have a bunch that have some issues. So that's one of those things we'll wait to see whether or not they're supported later. It's pretty standard? Okay. But one of my favorite ones that I played, I mean, there's ones that I've personally played, like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game. I have not played Turtles in Time in an arcade, but I have played it through other means. It's a Game Boy fan patch. Okay. Game Boy ROM hack. BizHawk does Game Boy. Yeah, so BizHawk can do NES, Super Nintendo, Game Boy, Game Boy Color, GBA, Sega Master System, Sega Genesis, you know, basically a lot of retro stuff. It's used for speed runs. So it supports, like, a lot. So if I can find the patch for it, BizHawk is an emulator. Let me do something here real quick. No, not that button. Okay, so we'll exit out of this for now, and I'm gonna try and load this. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna disappear for a second because I gotta minimize. This will take a moment. I can't remember if it uses crowd control or not. But I'm not going to be playing this, I'm just going to give you an idea. Oh, it's really quiet. Let me change the audio here real quick. Nope. Let's do try 20. See if that works. Obtuse Corner, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay. And the sound could be a little bit more boosted. Gonna say goodnight to Robot Spacer, then fall asleep. No worries, Devore. Thank you for stopping in. I hope you have a good night's sleep with lots of pleasant drinks. We'll catch you later. So, this is Dungeons & Dragons Shadow over Mistar. It's basically like a not Street Fighter, like a brawler type game, just with the fantasy bent. And it's a lot of fun. This is one of those games I wish that I had seen in the arcade. Because this looks like it would have been a blast to play with friends. So, like, up to 4 players. So this is one of those games that I've been wanting to play on stream. And now that I got everything working, I might do so next week. There's other games as well. Let's see. Let me open another one. I'm going to check and see whether or not I already have... You said it was called Black Tiger? Let me check here real quick. Let's see... Imperfect sound... No, because it sounds familiar. I thought I had gotten it. No. No. Oh, those are the chips. Okay, maybe I don't. So yeah, I'll have to look it up. But, let's see. What's another one? I'm just trying to figure out what to throw in here real quick. There's just all sorts. Oh, Magic Sword is another good one. So, yeah, there's a few things that I have that I've enjoyed in the past. And I, you know, if anybody's got any particular requests, otherwise I might just kind of share what I enjoy. We'll see what happens. We might kind of jump back and forth. I do want to get, like, have a little bit of a palate cleanser. Ooh, too loud. Too loud. Still too loud. That's a problem with these. So yeah, those are some options. In terms of long-term games, I am looking at the Phantasy Star series. I did get the Japanese version of Phantasy Star 1 fan translation so that the sound is not as grating on my ears. Otherwise, I would not be able to play that game because the US release of that... no, sorry. Final Fantasy VI is another one that I might want to do on stream. Maybe some sort of ROM hack. That, or I might do the same version that I have on cartridge, which is the US 1.0 release, which has the sketch glitch. Maybe we'll take advantage of it and see whether or not I brick my cart and fry my saves. Fire Emblem is on the table. We were talking about Ogre Battle, Tactics Ogre, basically the Ogre Battle series, maybe something from that. Ocarina of Time is something that I want to get a Nintendo 64 controller before I do that. Yeah, there's the Pixel Remaster version too, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to do that one or if I wanted to do a ROM hack. So, we'll have to see. I wanted to do Ocarina of Time and just to get used to like how it works so that I can start doing randomizers with it. I do need to get a proper controller that is Nintendo 64 style though. So, it's like on my to-do list. It's just one of those things I got to do it, but the weather is really crap right now for deliveries, so it might wait a little bit. And the Breath of Fire series is another one that I've been wanting to do as well. I know that the first Breath of Fire in particular, and kind of the second as well, not exactly the most popular games. I know Hungry Gorilla wasn't too much a fan of it, and it is. It is a pretty generic RPG, but animal friends, so there's that. And yeah, pardon me. Excuse me, had to sneeze. But yeah, let's, I don't know if there's anything that's, a little more calmer to play. Found Breath of Fire 2 to be a bit generic. Have you played the first one? Let's see. I've got Game Boy and Game Boy Color. I've got Game Boy Advance, Genesis, Nintendo 64. Apparently it can do Nintendo DS. NES. It can do PlayStation 1. It can do Sega Saturn. It can do Sega Master System. It can do Super Nintendo. Just to give you an idea on Phantasy Star. Hello? Why is it not in there? Oh, because I'm using the MAME loader. It would help if I did this correctly. Let's see, ROM hacks. There we go, English 2.6. So if you know the title screen from this music, this is going to sound different. That's because this is the original Japanese version, retranslated. But the Japanese Sega Master System had more sound channels to work with. I guess they stripped some of that out for the US Master System. And, oh boy, is there a big difference. So this is something that I would like to play through. The whole series, really. I know there are people who really do not like Phantasy Star 2, and I get it. The dungeons are an absolute mess. So I plan to play with maps if I do the second game. And I might do that with the first one as well. Because if you want to do like auto mapping, you need to kind of play it. I think there's the Steam version has an auto map on it. I don't know if the Master System version does. I don't think it does. And I don't know that I want to make my own maps. I mean, I suppose I could. There was the time that I was using my iPad to do that, and I did that with Last Armageddon. And those mazes were like the mazes on the back of cereal boxes, which, oh god, I don't want to ever do that again. It's like, please no. But yeah, if you're in my Discord, you can let me know if there is anything that that would be a good series that you think I might enjoy, or short games that you think I might have fun with. We'll have to see. But for right now, let's see if there's anybody on for us to go say hi to. Because it is 1 a.m. It is time to take a nap. Let's see. Give me 1 second here. Gresco's doing some... Well, hold on. It says Pac-Man Championship Edition. But then it says Tetris. So what are you doing, Gresco? Besides advertisements. Looks like Tetris. Y'all want to watch some Tetris? If I can type. Let's go say hi to Gresco. So, that is it for Final Fantasy Tactics. What an adventure that was. Be sure to come and visit us at our dragon petting zoo. It's perfectly safe, I promise. In the meantime, let's go say hi to Gresco. And until next week, I want to remind you all that you matter. You are important. You are cherished. And you are missed when you're not around. You deserve to be you. You can conquer the challenges that come your way. Have courage. Be strong. And until next time, take care. Go hug a dragon. Bye for now.